Hope everyone's doing well and staying dry. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Any public comments?
Yes, we have two comments for closed session agenda items.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Roll call.
Roll call. I was looking at the public comment information. So do you want to read that if you wish to make a public comment?
We don't, I mean,
Okay.
the meeting already
All right.
started, so.
Okay, great. Roll call, please.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Here.
Trustee Gibson.
Here.
Trustee Kwong.
She's here on Zoom.
Trustee Martin. Trustee Osterling.
Here.
Trustee Silver.
Here.
Trustee Wong.
Here.
Student Trustee Chan.
Public comment on closed session agenda items.
We have two public comments on closed session agenda items. The first one comes from Paul Arellano. You have 3 minutes on the dais, and the colors of the lights there will tell you how much time you have remaining.
Good afternoon. On January 18th, at the exact same time the El Monte High School Union Board was listening to arguments for and against keeping the Rosemead Center for Disabled Students, here you had item 8 under Section C of your agenda, conference with real property negotiator on 4105 Rosemead Boulevard. It's on your agenda again today. Back in El Monte, Matthew Barboza, your Dean of Business Development and Enrollment, spoke of his fire technology class at the Rosemead campus. He said money had been spent on marketing, several fire battalion chiefs had been hired to teach. There's a class running May 15th to July 7th on your website now at the Rosemead site. Also, your facilities master plan dated June 2022 has 3 pages dedicated to the Rosemead campus, with plans extending as far as 2064. How is this even possible? No lease extension has been voted on, no contract signed. Does this board and Dean Barboza have a crystal ball allowing you to see into the future? How did you already know the future of the Rosemead site? Nowhere in public record is there a plan B to be found that would at least demonstrate that you had a plan in place to relocate, knowing that the lease is still, as of this moment, due to expire on June 30th, 2023. I passed by the Rosemead campus driving up. I didn't see any stacks of boxes, and I doubt there's any moving trucks that have been contracted. This discovery of plans in place a full year before the lease expires smells awful fishy, folks. Should you go forward and sign that lease, I look forward to hearing under oath your explanation of how you knew that property would be available a full 1 year in advance. Who told who what? Nowhere are such discussions to be found in your or the El Monte High School District's board docs. How many private discussions occurred on this contract between anyone here at PCC and the El Monte Board of Trustees members? How many Brown Act violations occurred? I mailed all of you a package. I'm going to tone down my last section of this just because I realize you just received that. I was told you just received your mail. Please review it. You're a group of professionals, highly esteemed, business ethics and morals. It's going to explain how you guys made the Pasadena Star News and 4 other major publications because there was this now infamous meeting between Dr. Andrew Jonas, who's going to be leaving you guys soon, and one Board of Trustee member, which is under investigation by the California Fair Political Practices Commission. Just please review it. You know, we've got disabled students, many in wheelchairs and on oxygen, who can't speak for themselves.
Thank you.
And that's why I'm here.
Thank
I'm a parent,
Thank you
and I'm
for your
speaking
time. Your
for
time
them.
is expired.
Thank
you
you,
very
sir.
much. The next comment is coming from Carolyn Corey. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Carolyn Corey, and I'm a full-time faculty member in the non-credit division and the faculty chair for ESL. First, I'd like to thank the Board of Trustees for your support of our division, which has come back stronger than ever post-pandemic, as evidenced by our rapid growth in enrollment. We are up 80% in enrollments in spring of 2023 over spring of 2022, and Because we have open enrollment, that number is sure to grow before the end of the semester on May 5th. This success can be credited to the combined efforts of our dedicated faculty, staff, as well as the leadership of our dean, Dr. Suarez. Unfortunately, I'm here today to highlight the fact that the hard work of one group of people serving our non-credit students is not being appropriately recognized, and that is our non-credit adjunct faculty. I respectfully request the board to eliminate the pay disparity between non-credit and credit adjunct faculty by eliminating the current system of two separate and unequal pay scales from the collective bargaining agreement. There are major differences between the two pay scales, including lower starting pay rates for non-credit faculty regardless of their level of education, fewer columns, which means that credit faculty earn additional money based on additional units of higher education or degrees, while non-credit faculty do not. There are fewer steps, so credit faculty can continue to earn more money based on additional years of service to the college, while non-credit adjunct faculty cannot. Non-credit faculty are required to complete 400 teaching hours in an academic year to advance a step, while credit faculty must only complete 150. Why are our non-credit adjunct faculty treated as second-class citizens, truly separate and unequal in the eyes of PCC? How can we as an institution reconcile this situation with the college's stated values of equity and social justice? Honestly, I don't believe that there are any appropriate reasons, but I'll address some justifications that I've heard and explain why they're not valid. First, we've been told that non-credit faculty are not as qualified and that they don't have master's degrees. This is not true. First of all, credit faculty in various areas, especially CTE, are not required to have a master's or bachelor's degree, and yet they're on the credit pay scale. In addition, according to a recent survey of our adjuncts in non-credit, over 90% have a master's degree or higher, and in fact, 7 have doctoral degrees. Many others have 2 master's degrees, and many units beyond their first master's. This level of educational achievement and professional growth should be valued the same for non-credit and credit faculty. We've been told that non-credit classes are funded at a lower rate, and thus faculty pay should be lower. This is not true. Due to changes in the state funding formula for our career development college prep classes dating back to 2015, the vast majority of non-credit classes are funded at the same or an even higher rate than our credit classes.
Thank you.
This change was made by the state.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you for your comment. That concludes public comment for closed session agenda items.
The following would be closed session items. 1, Government Code 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, Case Public Employee Relations Board, Case Number LACA6601E. The second one is Government Code 54954.5E, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release, 1 Employee. 3, Government Code 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Agency Designated Representative Robert Belinsky, Assistant Superintendent Vice President Human Resources. 4, Government Code 54956.8, Conference with Real Property Negotiator, Address Possible Satellite Location 4105 Rosemead Boulevard, Rosemead, California, District Negotiator Candace Jones, Negotiating Parties, Discussion Only. 5, Government Code 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Director of Outreach. 6, Government Code 54957, Evaluation of Employee, Superintendent President. We'll recess and be back at 4. Thank you. Good afternoon.
I'm in trouble because I don't have my computer with me.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. We do have an action item from the closed session that I'd like to report out on, and it is a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Pasadena Area Community College District on a layoff of classified personnel, whereas Education Code Section 88001, 88014, 88015, 88017, 88117, and 88127 authorize the district to lay off classified employees for lack of work or lack of funds. And whereas it is the opinion of this Board of Trustees that there is a lack of work or lack of funds for the beginning of 2023-2024 academic year, and whereas it is the determination of the governing board that it is in the district's best interest due to the lack of work or lack of funds that the classified employee performing services in the following classification or positions be laid off. Whereas after considering the recommendation from the superintendent, it is the opinion of this governing board that it is in the best interest of the district that this position be eliminated and the incumbent classified employee be given notice pursuant to Education Code Section 88017, that their services will not be required for the 2023-2024 academic year. Now therefore be it resolved that the superintendent president is directed to take all necessary steps, including those pursuant to Education Code Section 88017 and relevant bargaining agreements to lay off the classified employee due to lack of work, funds specified above. and to initiate the appropriate notices to the impacted employee by March 15th, 2023. Be it further resolved that the superintendent be authorized and directed to take any other action necessary to effectuate the intent of this resolution. Passed and adopted in closed session at the Board of the Trustees of the Pasadena Area Community College District held on March 15th, 2023, and the vote was unanimous. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Trustee Chen-Lao,
Here.
Trustee Gibson,
Here.
Trustee Kwong,
Here.
Trustee Martin, Trustee Osterling,
Here.
Trustee Silver,
Here.
Trustee Wong,
Here.
Student Trustee Chan.
Here.
Thank you.
Land acknowledgement. Trustee Chan?
Pasadena City College is a learning community within the indigenous homelands of the people who have been known as the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians of the Xixihuanga Village and Quiche Nation. Today, we acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this land on which we gather. We also honor the legacy of African diaspora and recognize that the United States, as we know, was built at the often fatal expense of the forcefully enslaved Black people. We're indebted to their labor and the labor of many Black and brown bodies that continue to work in the shadows of our collective benefits. PCC and its faculty, staff, and students recognize that we are all simultaneously teachers, learners, and guests on these lands. This acknowledgement is a small part of the ongoing process of working to raise awareness about histories that are too often erased or forgotten, to recognize our place in this history, and to affirm our commitment to social justice, systematic change, and anti-racism.
Thank you. Pledge of Allegiance. May I ask Vice President of the Board, Trustee Silver, to lead us in the pledge, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval, reordering of agenda items.
Trustee Chen-Lao would like to move items C4 and C6 to the end of our agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No, trust, okay. Thank you. Introductions and recognitions. Do you believe the PCC courier is here?
I don't know.
I would like to acknowledge the PCC courier. If they are here, please come up to the podium. Oh, they're going to come at the next meeting? Okay, great. Good, thank you. Public comment on non-agenda items.
Madam Chair, could I just ask a question before we go on to that? I wanted to get clarification on Trustee Wong's motion. I think you moved to go C4 and C6 to the end of the meeting, correct?
Correct.
And just for clarification, we're going to recess to closed session again for those items.
Yes.
Just as a point of clarification. Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Osterling. Thank you.
We do have a few public comments for general public comment. You'll have 3 minutes at the podium. The first comment will come from Ms. Shaganaka.
All right, good morning. First thing first, I need to apologize to my volleyball professor. The first day after returning the class after the last month public comment meeting, my professor told me, if I see you change your shirt in the gym, I will call 911 and get you arrested. It took me 1 year to cross the border and then become an illegal immigrants in the United States. So I want to apologize to my volleyball professor. Please do not call the police on me, and please do not arrest me. Second, is second thing he told me is that if I do not help him to set up the equipment, I will losing credit and I will losing grade for my class participation. And then I have no plan in helping him set up any equipment for the rest of the semester. So I'm not really sure I am on my way of failing this class, but this is what we call the academic freedom. My coach told me that if I have any problem regarding him, how he teach this class, I should drop. And then the thing is that I really don't have any problem how you teach the class because that's your academic freedom. I do have a problem that you are not teaching the class from week 1 to week 5. So if you are not running it, well, that will be a big issue right now. So this drama between me and the volleyball, it leads me to a deeper critical thinking level. So it leads me to a deeper level of thinking. That is the disappeared accountability on PCC professors. So using the law enforcement career as an example, 20 years ago, when the police having some sort of a misconduct, majority of the time, they will be unnoticed. Nobody will ever know. But right now, I doubt. Because it's called accountability. It's called a body-worn camera. Every time a citizen believes they were being treated unfairly, they can go to a sergeant, they can go to a lieutenant and request, I want you to investigate what the body-worn camera of that officer. Something is wrong. My rights are being violated. That's called accountability. That's called transparency. But right now, when I talk to the Dr. Ramirez, I realize that I have no credibility. Because so-called academic freedom, that means I cannot, there's no video evidence, there's no audio evidence. So literally, all of the professor misconduct inside the gym, that means being unnoticed. So every time I call to the dean, I talk to the or whatever administrator, I can go there empty-handed. I have nothing to show.
Thank you, Ms. Shaganaka. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Our next public comment comes from Carolyn Corey.
Good afternoon. I'm Carolyn Corey, and I'm a full-time faculty member in the non-credit division and also the faculty chair for non-credit ESL and vocational ESL. And I'm here to advocate for pay parity for both non-credit and credit adjunct, and specifically to address any lingering misperceptions or excuses for the current system of separate and unequal pay scales. One of these is that non-credit faculty do not have the level of educational achievement. This is not true. Over 90% of non-credit faculty have either a master's or a doctoral degree, which is not recognized by the separate and unequal pay scale. We've been told non-credit classes are funded at a lower rate because we do not bring in the same amount of money to the college. This is also not true. The vast majority, over 85% of the courses we offer are funded under the CDCP or Career Development College Prep funding formula from the state, which is a higher rate than the FTE for credit. This has been true since 2015, and this change was made by the state of California based on the recognition of the important work that non-credit programs across the state do, not only to prepare students for higher education, but also for the workforce. In addition, non-credit brings in significant grant money from sources such as Strong Workforce and WIOA. Even if it were true that non-credit brought in less money, why is it that only our adjunct faculty are paid on a separate and unequal pay scale? Full-time faculty, such as myself, our dean, other administrators, and our staff members are paid on the same pay scale as our credit peers. So why are we treating our adjunct faculty any differently? We've also been told that non-credit faculty don't have to grade. I had a credit peer tell me this one time. I said, fantastic, can you take this pile of student essays home and using my rubric, can you score them both on the content of their essay and their writing and the format and bring those back to me on Monday? That is terrific. I didn't know I don't have to grade. Non-credit faculty do create assignments. We assess student work. We provide feedback. We assign scores. We enter SLO data. And in most cases, we do, in fact, provide grades. In addition to all those unpaid hours that our adjuncts spend grading, they also prep classes, enter attendance, attend meetings, write student recommendation letters, and complete many other hours of uncompensated service that benefits our students. There's no state mandate to pay non-credit faculty on a separate and lower pay scale. In fact, we can see that some of our peer institutions, such as Glendale Community College and Southwestern College, provide parity in pay. And other colleges at least have higher starting pay rates. Santa Monica College, for example, none of their adjuncts start at less than $72 an hour for the classroom time, and LACCD, the lowest for any faculty, is $63. PCC's non-credit faculty, it's
Thank you. Your
$43
time
an
has
hour.
expired. Thank you very much. Your time has expired. Thank you for your comment. Our next comment comes from Melissa Michelson.
Is it a bargaining issue, not a college issue?
Hello, I'm here in my capacity as both the volunteer union rep for the non-credit full-time professors and faculty senator for the non-credit department. First, in my capacity as the volunteer union rep for non-credit for full-timers. In the entire non-credit department, there's no equity, as you've heard from my colleague, for part-timers nor for full-timers. You've heard, we 9 full-timers are paid less for doing more than what over 400 faculty in the credit divisions at this college do, and there's no reason why. To quote what I've heard at this week in the Senate, actually, the term equity is thrown around here like a football. As I told you last month, in addition to being mandated to teach more classes than they do, we do not have the time to participate, the same amount of time to participate in as many campus activities and governance because they get 5.5 hours a week, but we only get 4. Everything that Professor Corey says that part-time faculty do, we as full-time faculty are expected to do as part of our job, but we don't have to if it doesn't fall under the 4 hours a week. We need more than 4. For example, we can't even do other things like attend or watch these board meetings. If you want more full-timers or more faculty involvement at this college, there are 9 people that are not expected to do as much. Represent faculty in the Senate or the union, or even in February alone, we got emails from the administration to participate in nominating our coworkers to receive annual appreciation awards, or connecting students to success coaching using the PCC Connect portal. Participating in Mindfulness Mondays to address burnout, all of that falls under that 5.5, but we're only getting 4. We're too burned out, and we want equity with the rest of the full-timers here at PCC. In November, in my other capacity, I was here. I'm here also as a Senate rep, and I want to let you know about some issues in the Academic Senate so that when the ACCJC dings us again, it won't be news to anyone. And I will be sending out an email this week to all campus about this. The Senate's webpage is out of whack. Now, I don't see our Senate rep here today. I don't know if you'll be getting a report. There are 4 compensated reassigned time faculty that should be, one of them should be here, and they should be giving you a report. However, it seems like just as you don't get reports, we in the Senate don't get reports about what they're doing in executive committee meetings, for example, CAPM or College Council, or even here. There's not that information exchange. In any case, I want to let you know, number 1, our website is out of whack, out of date. There's no clear way to join certain committees. For example, of all committees, the Social Justice Committee. There's no drop-down menu, and I brought this up to everybody, including the president.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired. Our next final comment for today will come from Bill Moore.
That's the first I've heard it.
You have 3 minutes for your comment.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees and colleagues. My name is Bill Rocky Moore. I'm Associate Professor here at Pasadena City College in the Kinesiology, Health, and Athletics Division. By the end of the spring, I'll be finishing my 26th year of service for this institution. Here are some following I would like to share with everyone. On December 14th, I spoke before the Pasadena City College Board of Trustees during public comment these words. I represent the member of the faculty and myself with the following statement of no confidence in our Dean, Dion Miller. And today, the Kinesiology Division is in a state of disrepair and is eroding under this leadership of Dean Dion Miller. Failing to help us is ratifying Dean Miller's behavior. On January 6, 2023, the KH&A Division faculty and staff received the following from Dr. Laura Ramirez, our new dean. I'm writing to inform you that Dean Miller will be out of the office for the next few weeks. It has been 10 weeks since January 6. Yesterday, at our monthly division meeting, Dr. Laura Ramirez, our new dean, said that she had nothing to report. Failing to be informative and transparent creates an atmosphere of query, quandary, and skepticism. The kinesiology faculty represent in a statement has accumulated 478 years of experience in teaching and coaching. Those years of services by the signatures have accumulated knowledge, experience, wisdom, hope of what type of environment is necessary to facilitate productive learning of our student lancers. This is precisely why we have come to you again. We request that the process to select a new dean of kinesiology, health, and athletics be started immediately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That concludes public comment for this meeting.
Board committees reporting out.
Minutes.
No.
Approving the agenda first?
Okay.
Minutes?
Approve minutes for regular business meeting.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Trustee Chan.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Board committees reporting out. Trustee Martin.
The Budget and Audit Committee met. It was actually about a 2-hour meeting. We met with our bond counsel and bond advisors, some of whom are here tonight, and you will be getting a presentation from them. We were given a couple various options, and the recommendation coming from the council has been the recommendation of the bond committee. It was given to us by the administration and approved by the budget and audit meeting. To summarize the various options succinctly, and if you need more information, again, they're here, and when we get to the agenda topic, you can. But to give you the quick and summary version of it, there's some slight variance in interest rates that we could have selected. We selected the rate that had a very minuscule additional cost to it at the end of the bond tenure, but gave the district the greatest flexibility for options in the future, which might give us opportunities for great savings. That's my succinct version. When you all talk, you can correct it if you need to. What I'm trying to say was they did give us a few options, and what they recommended, the committee agreed with and recommended to you, and that's coming before us on an agenda item. And that's my report.
Thank you. Trustee Osterling.
Thank you. The Facilities Committee met last week, and took care of two important items. First of all, we looked at the list for the CBOC, the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, making sure that we checked all the boxes for the different community groups, et cetera, that needed to be included on that committee to meet the requirements of the election. That will be presented later today as an action item. We also talked about alternative methods of contracting with contractors to build our facilities in the future. The most typical way we've done it in the past is called design, bid, build. And next month at our board meeting, we'll have a study session on two alternative methods called design, build, and lease back. So stay tuned for that. That concludes my report.
Thank you both. Any other committee reports? Great. Bond campaign report study session? It's great to see you in person.
Thank you. It's been a while. Yeah, thank you. Do I need to project this or, oh, there we go, never mind. So good evening, I'm Charles Heath. I think everyone knows me by now. We worked together over the last year or so on the development and passage of Measures PCC. And when we go through a arduous process like this, at the end, we like to go back and reflect on it and learn what we can from it. Most public agencies won't just go to the ballot once, they'll have other opportunities. And so to the extent we can learn from and memorialize key findings from this process, we want to share that with you and give you an opportunity to discuss it as well. So I will jump right in here and talk a little bit about what we have to share. First of all, I have an analysis. We have all the final voter data, right? All the votes cast in the Measure PCC election. And we can look at it a few different ways. One, we can analyze support and opposition for the measure. And we can do that by looking, we get support and opposition down to the precinct level. So we can do a geographic analysis, which we have to share with you. We can also look at turnout in Measure PCC and kind of compare that against what we would have expected based on the type of an election it was, an off-year midterm gubernatorial election. So we have some of those comparisons for you. We have turnout data down to the individual voter level, so we can slice and dice that based on partisanship and age and all the different demographic criteria. In this era of mail ballot voting, where everyone gets a ballot 30 days before Election Day, we always find it interesting to look at the timing of when people vote, because in a campaign, you're always asking yourself, when's the right time to communicate with people? When are they actually focused on the issue and making up their minds? So we've got some good data on that. And then I have a few conclusions to share with you as well. So first of all, at the highest level, obviously Measure PCC was a big success. We surpassed the 70% mark in terms of support. Bond measures in California only require 55%. So we won by over 15 percentage points. And just in terms of raw number of votes, we won by over 37,000 votes. So you all probably remember the poll results that we shared with you, and I'll provide a comparison to that here in a minute. We didn't see support at this level. We were more at the low to mid 60% level. So that suggests that, one, we were able to really bring the community together and, make them understand why this is important, but also run an effective campaign to surpass what the polling said might be possible. So nice, comfortable win. Here I have your results compared to all the other community college district bond measures that were on the ballot in November of 2022. You guys should be proud to be at the top of that list by a pretty healthy margin. You can see the other measures mostly passed, some quite narrowly, actually most quite narrowly, and there was one unsuccessful measure. So historically, about 78–80% of bonds on the ballot passed. It was 71% in this election, so pretty consistent with the historic norms, which I think is a little bit encouraging given some of the economic headwinds that were out there this summer and fall. So I mentioned the polling we conducted. We conducted two polls, one in January of 2022. That was our baseline survey. You can see support there was right in that mid 60% level. Then we did some informational communications to the public. We refined the bond proposal, came back, did a tracking survey, and then we saw support was still sort of in the mid 60s. With positive information, it got up to 69, but after potential negatives, it got down to 60. We surpassed those numbers, as I mentioned, with over 70% support. So again, that's all signs of avoided opposition, good positive campaign. Oops. So now we'll start breaking down into the subgroups. So there's two ways people can vote. You can vote by mail, or you can vote at one of the in-person voting locations that are available up to 11 days before Election Day. And you can see the breakdown here. First of all, what really stands out in this data is that over 80% of the people cast their ballot by mail. So Californians are very comfortable with mail ballot voting at this point, and that's how the vast majority of people cast their ballot. We can also look at support and opposition between those two voting methods, and you can see support was quite a bit higher. I mean, we passed among both groups, but support was quite a bit higher among those mail ballots. That tends to have a lot to do with demographics, because those in-person ballots tend to skew more conservative just because of sort of concern about the sanctity of mail ballot voting. So that's a trend we see all over the place. Now we'll start looking at things geographically. So this is the support in each of the communities that comprise your district. At the high end there, you can see Pasadena obviously was 76%, which is absolutely outstanding, and I think kind of what we would expect given the sort of draw of the campus here as a centerpiece of the community. They also represented the largest portion of the vote, 36% of votes cast, and then you can see on down from there. Measure PCC passed in every community aside from San Marino, where it lost narrowly with just 53%. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about that. The overall vote's what counts, and so we had a nice healthy margin. I also figured you might all be interested in the results by trustee area. You can see them here, and notice your own districts. Pretty good consistency there. There's a couple outliers, but everything's sort of mostly in the sort of high 60s, low 70s, but see trustee area 3 all the way up over 80%, and then at the other end trustee area 7, still above 55%, but at about 59 support overall. And now we will turn our attention to voter turnout. Excuse me. So of your 250,000 roughly registered voters in your district, we expected, based on kind of a quote-unquote normal midterm election, about 55% of voters would cast ballots. At the end of the day, 52% cast ballots. So that's about 132,000 votes. This is a statewide trend. We saw turnout was a little bit lower in this election than what we normally see in the midterms. I think that largely has to do with the fact that the gubernatorial race wasn't particularly competitive and didn't draw people out to vote. There was a differential in turnout between overall ballots cast and actual ballots cast on Measure PCC. You can see that there was about 6.5% of the voters that voted, but they did not cast a ballot on Measure PCC. That's common. Frequently, voters will vote at the top of the ticket and not make it all the way down. In a presidential general election where people are really interested in that top ticket, that drop-off can be 10% plus. So that's actually kind of a modest amount. Now we have turnout by area. Same sort of analysis, but just looking at how many people voted in each area. Turnout was the highest in, let's see, scanning down the list here. And we have the comparison there of actual turnout versus expected turnout, and the difference. The differences aren't significant. It's sort of, it was down across the board everywhere. But when you look at the percentage of total ballots cast, there weren't major differences between what we would have expected. So while everything was down, it was proportionally down as you would expect throughout the district. So no major shifts in turnout there compared to what we would expect in a normal election. Same analysis, turnout by trustee area. If you look at the far right column there, less than a percentage point difference between the turnout we would have expected by trustee area compared to what we actually had. And now by political party, we typically find that partisanship is the strongest correlation between any demographic group and how they vote on a bond measure. And what you can see here is that turnout among Democrats is actually down in this election. That would typically be a headwind and a challenge for a bond proposal. The fact that we got 70% when voter turnout among Democrats was lower is a testament to the fact that we were able to achieve voter support across partisan lines. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And then in terms of votes cast by party, this is the same analysis, but just showing that while turnout among Democrats was down, it was only about 1.5 points different than the expected makeup of the vote that we would have expected. A lot of data here, turnout by age. Again, kind of cutting to the chase. Turnout was down across the board. particularly among those younger voters, although you have to take that with a grain of salt because a lot of those are first-time voters, so we don't have good voter data to predict whether or not they're likely to vote or not. So that is typically lower than what we might expect. Turnout was also a little bit lower among those oldest voters too. But when you look here at the percent votes cast by age group, it's actually within, a point or two of what we would have expected. So all this is telling us is that by partisanship, by age, by all the different criteria, things played out more or less as we would have expected in a quote-unquote normal election. No surges in turnout one way or the other. And then I think this is really interesting information. So as part of our campaign strategy, we identified supporters of the measure, and then we worked to turn out those supporters to vote. One of those strategies, we did texting, we did some door knocking, and we identified those supporters. We identified about 2,800 of them. 85% of the people that we identified as a supporter that got our Get Out the Vote messaging turned out to vote, 85%, right? Compared to that overall turnout of about 52, that's 33% higher, percentage points higher than general voter turnout, which is really remarkable. We also had a broader Get Out the Vote target that was more just a compilation of different demographic groups that we knew were more likely to be supportive. We pushed them to vote. They did turn out at a higher rate, but at a more modest level, which really shows if you personally engage with voters, that really changes their voting patterns. And then I mentioned the timing of turnout for Measure PCC. As you can see, the trend line really spikes here at the end of the election. So everyone gets their ballots 30 days before Election Day, but not everyone votes early. And even though 80% are voting by mail, they're still holding on to those ballots until the very last few days. You can see November 6th, 7th, 8th. 8th is Election Day. That's when virtually all the ballots are coming in. So lesson there is, you don't want to communicate too early in a campaign. People have their ballots, but that doesn't mean they're focused on the election and voting. Even though we no longer, quote unquote, have a polling place Election Day, people still wait to the end to vote. And then I will just summarize. So first of all, I just wanted to provide an overview of the advocacy campaign. Obviously, PCC as an institution could not participate in the advocacy efforts in support of Measure PCC, but we created an independent campaign committee that raised private resources, and we were able to do a lot of stuff. 1,500 lawn signs, 5 persuasive mailings to a broad target of likely voters, over 7 million digital impressions on social media and targeted website advertising, 160,000 text messages sent, 7,000 doors knocked, Chinese newspaper advertising, op-eds in all the local newspapers, authored by many of you, so thank you. And we had endorsements from top leaders and organizations. So as we think about, why did we get 70%? This is why. And a special shout out to the PCC Foundation, which made a generous donation to the campaign, gave us our seed money, allowed us to get started. None of this would have been possible without that. So thank you to Bobby Abram and the members of the foundation board. So then just to summarize, this is my last slide. What do we boil it down to? What were the key contributors to success? Here's what I think, and I'm interested to hear your thoughts too. Keeping the bond and tax amount within the comfort zone of voters, right? That's always critical. We used our opinion research to make that decision. We carefully aligned the projects with the voters' priorities based on that opinion research. That worked. We communicated our need up front from the college before we ever had a bond on the ballot. Importantly, we had a unified board, administration, college stakeholder groups. There was no acrimony between those groups as we were going through the campaign, which was really helpful. You got to have a united front institutionally and when you're presenting an issue like this to the voters. That was critical. We avoided meaningful organized opposition. We had trusted endorsers, a really long list. We had a strong campaign budget, again, thanks to the foundation, that allowed us to communicate with voters. Compelling testimonials, and I think Ryan Liu's probably a local celebrity at this point because we used him so much to demonstrate the importance of your college, and we had great grassroots support from the community. So I run lots of bond campaigns all over California. This one was outstanding, it was special, and it's because you have a wonderful community that's invested in this college, and they stepped up and helped us when we needed them. So anyway, that's what I have to share, and happy to answer questions or engage in conversation.
Questions, comments? Okay. Trustee Silver.
Thank you. And I know we're going to do great things with the bond funds that our community voted for us. So we're appreciative and onward and upward.
I do have Just a couple comments. One is, it will be great to see the breakout of the city of Pasadena and the incorporated areas because it does have the largest voter turnout and voter participation. So within the city council districts, if you have the voter turnout and how they voted, I think that would be helpful.
I do. Yeah, we have it down to the precinct level, so we can look at it in any which way you want.
And second comment is that PCC district being a very diverse district with certainly, ethnic, racial diversity as well as socioeconomic diversity. If you have numbers on how, various racial groups voted, that will be also helpful. Gender would also be helpful in looking at whether women supported the bond more than men, whether various socioeconomic groups supported the bond than others. So just a little bit more detail, I'm sure which you have, that you can send to the board would be great.
Sure. So in terms of ethnicity and gender, that requires data down to the individual level, obviously, right, to see how the various groups voted. So we can look at turnout by those categories, but we cannot look at yes versus no votes.
Sure. Trustee Osterling.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate my thanks to the Pasadena City College Foundation, which was instrumental in providing funding for the campaign. But not only did they provide funding, they also put in a lot of manpower getting the word out to the community. And also to you, Charles, I thought the campaign strategy was excellent. I thought the messaging was excellent, and I thought the frequency of the communications to the voters was excellent. Again, thanks to the foundation for that. So thank you. Very well done.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Great. Thank you, and thank you to your team.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles.
So the next item, yes, is the measure PCC bond finance. Can you pull up the agenda again, please? So we have the Measure PCC Bond Financing Study Session. Candace?
Thank you. Good afternoon, trustees. We're here to give you a little update on our preparation for our Series A general obligation bond structure. I have some colleagues with me here today. I'm actually going to let them jump in and just introduce themselves, most of which you've met before, but it's always good to just understand who's here with me and their roles on the project.
Hi, good evening. Ann LaMorena-Rolin, partner at Norton Rose Fulbright. I serve as bond and disclosure counsel to the district.
Hi, Rachel Chenkoi with Philman Rolap and Associates. We serve as the district's municipal advisor.
Hi, I'm Trinius Wright. I'm with Raymond James, and we are your bond underwriter.
All right, we've got lots of info today, so we'll jump right in. Really quickly, it's always great to sort of set some context of where we've been and where we're going. As we just had our, Charles already left, a really quick a review of how our campaign went. As a reminder, the district moved forward with, the Board of Trustees approved for the district to move forward with a general obligation bond on our November 8th ballot. We had 70% of affirmative votes support for our $565 million in GO bonds. The estimated annual tax rate for that is $20 per $100,000 of assessed value. And since then, what we've done to sort of work to get to this moment and then what's ahead of us is we've held with you all a study session in December about our Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. We certified our election results in January, which then put the ticker on. We have 60 days to seat our CBOC. We adopted a reimbursement resolution that would allow the district, if we are expending funds today, that we can actually, even though we haven't sold bonds, that when we do, we can actually reimburse against those proceeds. And we've done a lot of planning around our Series A structure. This should look familiar to you all. This is our Measure PCC bond projects that we put out to the voters and to you all, just to get a basic understanding of how we would group projects for the bond measure or the funding. So of course we have utilities upgrades, infrastructure, fire life safety. We have a strategy where we are going to be paying off our COPs using bond funds. We're conceiving a new STEM building, concepts that we presented here at the board around our Galloway Plaza, some renovations with the mirror pools, technology modernization. We have in the works a new student services building, a new pool and refurbishing in the current location, as well as a brand new academic building and new plaza. Some key things to note about these pieces, while these are the large sort of buckets of projects, they are not only what we will be doing. There's a ton of work that has to happen on this campus to really move the campus forward into sort of the next century. Some of these groupings are, should be familiar with the facilities, they map back to the facilities master plan. We're really mindful as we're thinking about our Series A and the funding that we're going for is matching them to projects that we believe that we can expend within the guidelines. So when we go out for our first series, we have to expend at least 85% of the funds within 3 years. And so we have a robust project list that we are going to be working locally at with the bond work groups and then bringing that forward to you all for review and approval. Just so that you know that we are really being thoughtful and intentional about how we structure and how we move forward so we make sure we meet all of our obligations. And one of the other pieces is we had in the bond language, if the Board of Trustees would still like us or at any point we need to move forward with any sort of real property, any satellite location concepts, that is also built within our bond language. And so I just always like to point that out for you all, just as a reminder for those pieces. Now we are going to jump into how we're potentially going to structure and have concepts. Ann is first, and is going to talk about the legal aspects.
So this is the legal structure for the bonds. For those of you who were here when we went to issue certificates of participation for the state matching for the Serafian building and the issuance of certificates of participation, it's a little bit different. This schematic has to do with the issuance of general obligation bonds. If you look to the far left, when Trennis at his team goes to sell the bonds to the bond holders, they will provide the proceeds that are then sent over to the County Treasurer of Los Angeles. By law, they hold all of the bond proceeds for every school and community college district in the county. And then the district can draw on those proceeds as the bills come in to pay them. The county then levies taxes upon property holders within the district. So that's the yellow box on the right. And PCC taxpayers will then pay their property taxes for Measure PCC, and those proceeds will go back to the county, and the county itself, or it may engage a paying agent who will pay all of the bondholders their principal and interest payments back for investing in the district's bonds. Coming up in June, and I know at the end of this presentation there will be a proposed schedule for the financing. But I believe sometime in June, we will come back to the board and you will be presented with a district resolution along with a whole host of documents. So I'm just going to quickly go over what those documents entail. So the district resolution will authorize the first Series A issuance of bonds in one or more series. It also will approve certain form documents and authorize representatives from the district to make the call to lock in certain interest rates for this particular financing. The district resolution will also request that the County Board of Supervisors take action in order to levy and collect taxes sufficient to pay these Series A bonds. The county resolution, which is just an aside, but it authorizes PCC's Bond Series A. This resolution will be presented to the County Board of Supervisors, and it directs that they prepare the tax rolls in a sufficient amount to pay debt service on the bonds. And LA County generally has an agreement, and they appoint U.S. Bank pursuant to a master paying agent to collect funds and to make the payments to the bondholders. Along with the district resolution, this board will be approving the form of the bond purchase agreement that governs the purchase of the bonds between the district and the underwriter, and it also sets forth certain requirements in order to close the financing. The official statement is going to be a very large document that will be presented to each of you for your review. It's similar to a prospectus, so it will include the terms of the bonds, but also a lot of information regarding the district, its property taxpayers, but also the district itself. And this document is subject to securities laws, so we'll all want you to take a look at that, review, and provide any comments to district staff before we go out into the public markets with this document. This is mailed to prospective investors, and then once we lock in the interest rates, we will fill in a lot of the blanks that state all of the certain maturities, the dollar figures, and the interest rates for each bond. And the last document is a continuing disclosure undertaking. So your underwriter is unable to purchase and sell your bonds unless he knows that the district has entered into this agreement. So even though the district will receive all of the proceeds on a certain day, your continuing disclosure obligations continue while any of those bonds are outstanding. And so that means every year the district needs to file its audited financial statements along with other information to keep the investing public apprised of all the activities going on with the district. There are also certain notice events. So if certain things were to happen, like the IRS were to deem any of your tax-exempt bonds taxable, or if the district were to default on any payments, or if it received a credit rating upgrade, downgrade, there's a list, a long laundry list of events that occur and if any of those do occur, then it's up to the district to inform the marketplace. So this is just one of the agreements that the district will be approving the form of, and even with some of your outstanding bonds, the district continues to make its continuing disclosure filings until all of those bonds are paid off.
Okay, this is my slide. I'm going to pull up Phil Donahue here. Those old enough to know who Phil Donahue was. So, including myself. So this is, you're about to sell a large amount of bonds, right? Large authorization, $565 million. I think we're going to sell roughly 130, 135, something like that. So a lot of news going on, right? Fed rate hikes. Silicon Valley Bank, right, is being taken over by FDIC. All this kind of news, right? What does this all mean for you, right? Is this a good time to sell bonds? Okay. So that's what this graph is designed to describe to all of you. Okay. I know this looks very complicated, but we're gonna synthesize it down. So let's see, from my elementary school math, y-axis rates 0 to 8. Okay, range on the axis. The x-axis is maturity. Okay, so you're selling 30-year bonds, $130 million worth, roughly. Let's just say. Now, unlike a mortgage, which has basically one single maturity out 30 years, with bonds, we sell a little bit in every single year. So your $130 million will be spread out in years 1 through 30. Okay? So it's maturity. Now we're going to focus just on the 30-year maturity, just for the argument's sake, so you can understand this whole graph. Okay? So this light blue bar represents the range for the last 30 years, so since 1993, okay, of the 30-year rate for your tax-exempt benchmark, okay? What does that mean? If you look at the table below, you'll see the high for this 30-year rate was 695 up at the top, okay? The low in the last 30 years for that 30-year rate was 127, which is down here. The average for the 30-year rate for the last 30 years was what? 416, which is this little blue box on that blue bar, okay? So that's the average for the last 30 years, which is, and then it currently, well, as of the 3rd of March, it was 360, which is this red box, okay? So what that should tell you, just for the 30-year rate, if you just look at it in that light, number one, your average is here for the last 30 years, this blue line. This is where we are currently. Again, current rates are lower than the 30-year average and well below the high of the last 30 years, right? So with all this financial news going on about, hey, the sky is falling, if you take a look at this and you put it in perspective, what this red line tells you for the vast majority of the rates you will achieve on your bonds is they should be below the rates achieved for the last 30 years, below the blue bar. I hope that makes sense to everyone. But it's a good time. So for example, to put it in even clearer perspective, we just sold bonds this week. So remember, FDIC came and took over Silicon Valley Bank on Friday. Okay? Yesterday, we sold $75 million in GEO bonds just like yours, not as well rated. They're rated A+, not AA like yours. Or sorry, you guys are AA+ like yours. A+, they had them insured, so a little more parity. But all in, 30-year bonds, $75 million, it was 4.25. Okay? That was just yesterday.
May I ask who's buying these bonds at this time?
Yeah. Well, in that case, it's going to vary kind of week to week, the blend of it. But the vast majority of it is sold to, say, bond funds, so like an Oppenheimer, Fidelity, Franklin, names you've probably heard of before. Individuals buy them. Individuals tend to buy sort of shorter bonds, 0 to 10 years. They'll buy direct. But the biggest category really probably of investors right now is what's called professional managers. So if you have a wealth advisor, right, a lot of people have wealth advisors, they have discretion to buy bonds that fit your investment objectives, and they'll just buy them for you, right? So those are really the categories that are buying right now. But as of the Oxnard sale, is Oxnard School District, we got orders for $73 million in bonds. We had $370 million in orders. We were not short of investors. So with all this financial news going on, I would be worried about, hey, is this a good time to sell bonds at all? Well, rate-wise, you know you're below the historical average, and you know that, and I just told you that the demand's there. So yes, still a good time. That helpful? Yeah? Okay.
With that, on the next slide here, we would like to provide the board an update on your assessed valuation. AV is the acronym we have used earlier when we described the tax rate. And why assessed valuation is important is because you heard from Ms. Rowling earlier, the bonds are repaid by property taxes. So how much value we have in your property tax base is an important component. And when we look to structure your bonds, we don't just look at a snapshot in time. This year, for example, 2023, we look at historical trends so we can have a better perspective when we project into the future. And here you can see it's the assessed valuation. Again, this is how the taxable properties within PCC's boundary is assessed by the county, not the resale value or their potential property values, but how they're assessed by the county currently. Looking at this trend, as you can see, you have had very robust growth over the past 26 years. And the yellow box that we put on the slide here shows the update we have for you. Last year, as we were working to do the financial modeling for Measure PCC to place that on the ballot, we were assuming 3% of annual growth. As you can see, the actual growth came in at higher than that, 5.76%. Now we're looking at your assessed valuation of over $108 billion. We also have the assessed valuation history shown in graphical bar charts on the upper right. The boxes on the lower right-hand side shows bonding capacity. This is another way to calculate how much debt a district is able to issue as allowed by the statutes. So how that's calculated is by looking at your assessed valuation. And as a CCD, your debt limit factor is 2.5% of that assessed valuation. So when you apply those two numbers, you get to $2.7 billion of a bonding capacity. But we also need to look at how much GEO bonds are currently outstanding. Specifically, that's your Measure P. from 2002. And once you net out that amount, you can look at your net statutory bonding capacity that's currently over $2.6 billion, well above and beyond the $565 million of Measure PCC authorization. That number, that calculation is as of this 2022-23 tax year. We'll continue to monitor that, and it will fluctuate as assessed valuation grow or decline, and as we issue bonds or refinance bonds. Now that we've looked at the assessed valuation, that's really the basis how we started to build the structuring of Series A. As you heard from Trustee Ostling earlier, we looked at different options, and the finance team presented at least 2 of these options to the BAC to review. But this is the option that we recommend. This is to specifically structure Series A bonds and for the bond term repayment to be 30 years. As you heard from Trennis earlier, bonds are issued in increments and have maturities from 1 year all the way to 30 years. Legally, as a community college district, you can issue bonds that are up to 40-year maturity. And 30-year is what we commonly see in the market. And this is a structure, at the end of the day, we believe to offer you as much of tax rate flexibility and to reserve those taxing capacity for the future, given that this is the first series of Measure PCC bonds. I'll get into a little more details when it comes to what flexibility we're referring to. But just to quickly go through some of the numbers on this slide, we have on this slide to show you the proposed sources and uses of funds and some of the summary bond statistics. Keep in mind, these are all estimates at this time, understanding that we'll go through the process and then we will bring the bonds into the market and set the interest rates to lock them in as we proceed after the board has a chance to review the financing document and subject to your approval. Nevertheless, based on the latest interest rates working with Raymond James's office, and plus 100 basis points. As we know, there's a lot of uncertainties in the financial market. We want to be conservative as we present numbers to you. So that's the basis of the interest rate assumption. But as you can see on the upper left-hand box, the sources is targeted for $130 million of principal amount. And as a function of the market, the bonds are structured with 5% coupon, so you will have some bond premium that's directly transferred to the county for repaying the bonds. After paying cost, what we're looking at is repaying the COPs and $101 million roughly for project funding. There's also on the upper right-hand side some of the bond statistics when we expect to issue bonds, when bonds are, the final maturity are estimated to be. And the one number I would like to highlight is that all-in true interest cost, or TIC. So bonds are issued from year 1 through year 30, but this is the blended calculation of what that average interest rate for your financing is currently estimated at, and that number is 4.6%. So we'll continue to work with the team and the administration to make sure that we do our best in terms of identifying the timing for when we bring Series A bonds to the market to lock in that interest rates. And this is our current estimates. Next, I'll go to the graph and talk about these graphs. What you're seeing here is a bar graph to represent the projected tax rate for Series A bonds only, on a per $100,000 basis, per $100,000 of assessed value. You heard earlier that the estimated tax rate for Measure PCC, as we communicated to the voter, is $20 per $100,000 of AV. Legally, you can go up to $25. But you can see on that chart how the team has been structuring the bonds is to have the tax rate stay below the red line, which is $20 per $100,000. This line also is assumed and or calculated based on projected assessed valuation growth. So as you know, AV will continue to fluctuate, but looking at your history, the team has continued the assumption of that assessed valuation. Your tax base will continue to grow by 3% every year. Of course, that one thing I can assure you is that that projection is going to be off, because no one can predict the future. But what we're hopeful of is that 3% of AV growth projection is conservative. Looking at your historical AV on the prior slide, I think that's a true statement. But we'll continue to monitor that AV growth. Every summer as the county releases AV data, we'll be sure to update staff and make sure we revisit Measure PCC and its program implementation. And then also at a minimum, as you issue future series of bonds under Measure PCC, we'll have that opportunity to recalibrate and see how we project the tax rates and the assessed valuation growth moving forward. But the bar charts represent the tax rate for Series A. What we're looking at is to maximize our tax rate capacity, but also reserve space or taxing capacity for future series of bonds, understanding we're only issuing the first 130 million of this 565 million program. You see the bars for the first 2 years to be taken up all the way to the tax rate capacity. That's because we don't expect to issue any other bonds in the next 2 years based on the current schedule working with staff. After those 2 years, when we expect the next series of bonds to be issued or the tax rate to be layered on, you see the bars to be brought down much lower so that we have the space under the $20 tax rate line to issue future bonds. You certainly don't want to get into a situation where the bars are touching that line, because legally, not the $20 tax rate, but the legal maximum of $25 per 100,000 of AV tax rate. If any time during your program, your tax rates are above that, you're legally locked out of accessing your dollars. That means you cannot issue bonds even if you have the voter approved authorization, because tax rate limitation is a legal constraint for your program. So that is why we want to make sure we structure the Series A bonds with utmost conservatism when it comes to the tax rate capacity. As you can see on the far right-hand corner of the chart, $3.57 per 100,000 is the estimated long-term tax rate for Series A bonds. Yes, Trustee Wong.
Thank you, Rachel. This was very helpful. The number I was hoping you can just remind me about the difference is that what is the difference between the total debt service and the net debt service in the upper right-hand box?
Great question. So that difference exactly is $6 million and change, which is exactly the amount if you move to the bond premium, because those amounts are, it's a function of the market, and if Trent, feel free to jump in. But investors these days, when they go into the market, they demand certain couponing, right? That will fit their portfolio, that will fit their investment objective. That may not be the, for example, 30-year rate on tax-exempt benchmark. So they might want higher coupon, lower coupon. But those difference between coupon and the actual interest rate creates a bond premium or discount. And we're following the LA County guideline. Any bond premium generated are directly deposited into the debt service fund with the county, and the county use that to pay principal and interest repayment, which we take into consideration in our structuring. But that's the difference between the total debt service versus the net debt service.
Thank you.
My pleasure. If there are no other questions, I'll move on to the next slide. Very similar chart as you have seen before as we were in front of you for Measure PCC. And it's very important that the team thinks, as you plan for the first series of bond issuance, it's not only important to look at the structuring, but also look at how the whole program could be implemented. And I think in summary, we're happy to report to you, even based on the interest rate that we're seeing in current market, plus 100 basis points, and even more conservative interest rate assumptions for future issuances in 2025, 27, or 2030. Understanding it's all financial modeling at this point, but we're happy to report to the board that we have every objective to stay under the $20 tax rate limit and be able to access all $565 million. Of course, we'll continue to update staff and the board as we get updated information moving forward with Series A bond issuance as well as future implementation. With that,
All right, just really quickly, we just want to give you a roadmap of where we're going, which ends in August with our repayment of our COPs. So we always start with our study sessions, making sure that there are questions or any information that you all need to know, that you can have that and be comfortable with the direction that we're going. We'll come back. So one of the first steps is to procure our credit ratings. So we are currently working with our staff here to prepare those presentations. Currently, Trent has mentioned a AA plus rating, and so he is actually coming next week, I think, to help start with those pieces. And then Rachel and Ann, as we work through, we go out and we present and we get new we'll have to do a credit rating every time we issue a series. So this is our first step in that. We'll always come back to the Budget and Audit Committee, so we did this presentation for them. And then the step 3 is the big one. In June, we'll ask the board to authorize the GO bonds. And so there'll be an agenda item prepared for your review. You'll have all of the documentation and be able to ask additional questions at that point. We then go to the county to levy the resolution, so the agenda item will be submitted to the county staff. And then we move to all of the sort of legal pieces, the preliminary official statements, as well as just getting all of the investors and the investment, independent reviews, the pricing indications, moving into pre-pricing and selling and underwriting, to our post-sale actions, to then our pre-closing and closing, which is strategically tied to that August date, because we want to make sure that we are paying our COPs, which was our original strategy when we entered into that with the Serafian building. So there's lots to do, but we have a really great team behind us and advising us, as well as our staff here. Jesse Wang has been doing a great job as well in terms of monitoring these pieces, but we feel really confident with the structure that we've presented to you all this evening, as well as the timeline. And if there are any additional questions, we're happy to answer those as well.
Yes, thank you very much for this presentation. I really appreciate getting this information. And I want to talk a lot about this this last piece, the timeline. I think I think it's very great that you're bringing us all the information that we need to make these decisions. I find this a very complex issue, this bond issuance, and so I appreciate your building in the time to bring all the information to us so that the board members can actually wrap their heads around it and make good decisions around this. So I appreciate this timeline, the way it's laid out by the administration and the consultants. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think we've ever had an applause for a bond finance presentation. That was unexpected, so great job. Thank you. So now we have approval of consent calendar items. F on students, F1 through F7.
Oh,
H14.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Trustee Chan?
Aye. Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Okay. Approve personnel consent calendar, I2 to I9.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And Trustee Chandler, I just wanted to say that we do have employees, faculty earning tenure in this, and as I've done in previous years, we will have a tenure celebration in April and invite all the new faculty who have earned tenure to come to that. So, and of course, the board will be invited as well.
Great. Well, congratulations to all the tenure faculty. Thank you. Resolution number 763, Measure PCC Bond Citizens Oversight Committee. And let me just commend the Facilities Committee members for their work on this committee, especially with Chair of the Facilities Committee, Trustee Osterling, in leading the Facilities Committee to get us to this point right now with the Citizens Oversight Committee.
Thank you. I'll move to approve, and I'll also just make a comment about the process that we underwent. We sent out applications throughout the community and processed those applications. It's very important to have the composition of the CBOC, the Bond Oversight Committee, include certain members of the community. And so myself and the rest of the committee, Trustee Kwong and Wong, went through and made sure that we achieved that. And then my final comment is, when we look at the list as it was finally created and what we're going to ask you to vote on tonight, I'm really impressed with the diversity that we have on this bond committee on many measures in terms of they're from throughout the district, and gender and ethnicity, and also there's a great deal of experience that is also very important that is represented on this oversight committee, including some who served on our Measure P oversight committee. So I think we're going to have a oversight committee. If you approve what's put in front of you, I think the committee will meet the requirements, the statutory requirements, and I think it will really be reflective of our entire district, and there's great expertise to keep good oversight as we spend this money that our voters so generously voted for us. So again, I'll move to approve, and those were my comments.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Trustee Chen?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. The interfund transfer?
Move to approve?
Second.
Trustee Chen?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Information items. Superintendent?
Okay. Good evening, everyone. And I want to say good evening, whether they're here actually or they're going to watch this later. My Educational Leadership and Policy Studies class, 735 at Cal State Northridge, is watching this board meeting because the last time we met, we talked about the Brown Act. And what better way to learn about the Brown Act in action than to watch a board meeting? So hello out there, if you're there in real time or taped. I also want to welcome Dr. Brenda Ivelis, our new Vice President of Student Services, Assistant Superintendent. So welcome. I hope Okay, so I hope everyone is safe and dry. Still some water coming from the sky. It's hard to believe that the first day of spring is this coming Monday. Hard to believe. It would be nice if we had some sunshine for it. I want to start on behalf of the PCC Foundation by recognizing the 60 applicants for the Community Excellence Grant Program. We're very excited to have 60 applicants. Last year we had 49, and we are really eager to take a look at all those great projects from our faculty, staff, and students and administrators, so very excited. Dr. Raquel Torres-Ratana will be representing PCC on a roundtable hosted by the news website EdSource. The publisher is hosting, yes, exactly. The publisher is hosting the conversation to share success stories about dual enrollment programs around the state. We are very excited for our hard work in this area to be highlighted for our colleagues in the state to emulate. A big congratulations out to our team in Information Technology Services, who has been recognized for the 4th time with an award from CISOA, the statewide IT professionals organization. PCC earned the CISOA Technology Planning Award for the Amazon Web Services Architecture Redesign, say that fast, project, which moved key servers to a new virtual data center that was built from the ground up with security and uptime in mind. A special shout out to Susan Nguyen, Greg Villa Guardardo, Gary Potts, Dupre Vega, and Roberto Gerardo for all of the hard work they put into this project. So congratulations. Some updates from our economic and workforce development area. PCC has been awarded $600,000 to plan expansions of apprenticeship programs in 5 areas. These grants are designed to build ties with workforce training programs across Southern California. The apprenticeship programs at PCC are in teacher education, sterile processing and distribution technician, bet you didn't know there was a job for that, culinary or chef, film and TV assistant, and electric vehicle charger repair technician. So, because if you have an electric vehicle and you charge it, you need to make sure the charging stations work. We are also happy to announce our upcoming career fair at the Freeman Center will feature 72 confirmed employers, and more than 800 positions are available to our students. And this event is next Thursday, March 23rd from 10 to 1. The Los Angeles Regional Consortium and the Los Angeles County of Education hosted a CTE and Counselor Symposium on March 8th and 9th that to build connections between hundreds of CTE practitioners and counselors. I'm also proud to announce that 2 PCC students will be speaking at the spring conference of the California Community College Association for Occupational Education in April. Love that CCC AOE. Major props to our forensic speech, debate, and theater team who took 3rd place sweepstakes award at the California Community College Forensics Association State Championship last weekend. That's right, yay. The standouts included Danielle Candia, who has won 9 awards this semester, Baha Otam Bekav, a first-year team member who has made it to the final round in each tournament this semester, and Lauren Lynn Alden-Du Philly Oy for winning the Student Scholar Award for Achievement in both forensics and academics. So big shout out. Yay. Okay. And the accolades just keep coming, and I'm glad to see some Courier people here. Students from the PCC Courier News Organization are also celebrating this week. The staff was one of 3 statewide to earn a Digital Pacesetter Award at the Journalism Association of Community Colleges State Conference last weekend. Anjanette Gile, Cameron Sheikhalmuki, and Samuel Valencia combined to win 4 first-place awards in different on-the-spot contests. So congratulations to them. But wait, there's more. PCC is one of 30 colleges nationwide that has been recognized by the National Association for Community College Entrepreneurship as a College of Excellence in programming and support to veterans or active duty military. This honor gives us the chance to expand offerings for our veteran students in the areas of entrepreneurship and business formation. And a faculty team in computer science has advanced to the final application stage in the California Education Learning Lab's Grand Challenges grant program, and we are one of 16 teams applying for funds to expand curriculum related to data science. And lastly, I would like to suggest we adjourn our meeting in memory of a longtime supporter of PCC, Bill Galloway. That concludes my report.
Thank you, President Androgenis. Now we have enrollment strategies report.
So
Good evening. We're glad to be here again with you to share a little bit more about what we're doing with enrollment strategies moving forward and what we've done up until today. So we're going to kind of pick up where we left off. If you recall, we talked about how our enrollment works, how we count enrollment, FTS, and then we ended by saying that's not all of it, right? So we have our base allocation, we have our FTS allocation, and then we have these two other big areas that is new for the community college system with the student-centered funding formula. And that's our success and our supplemental metrics. So we're going to today focus on our success metrics. And our success metrics are actually split up. They're split up into these 9 categories, which includes awards, completion of math and English, transfer, living wage, CTE units, and then we have those same metrics aligned with our equity numbers. So the first one we're going to talk about is degrees and certificates. And as we go through, go ahead. As we go through the data, this is all available on the Chancellor's Office website. Know that their numbers are based on cohorts of students, and they have very specific technical definitions on what those cohorts are. So first-time students, never enrolled in a community college before, or first time for math and English. So there's different ways that they count those cohorts. We're looking at all students that enroll at PCC that meet that requirement.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. So the efforts that we're working on towards completion of degrees and certificates in terms of awarding we've talked about auto awarding, which has been a process that's been ongoing for several years now. We've moved that into the CTE certificate areas and are working with our non-credit division to also auto award in those areas. The way that this is broken down, the top line is all awards, and then it sort of breaks it out by ADT, local AA degrees, certificates, and so on. So we're seeing, as our line is increasing, I will put a big asterisk here because this is the carryover, I apologize to the microphone. So it's the carryover from our enrollment from the 2018, 2019, 2019, 2020, and then the pandemic is we're going to start seeing the impact of that over the next couple of years. So we need to get either more creative or figure out how we can help support our students in completing and bringing in students who we can help complete that are non-traditional. So we're traditionally a very first-year focused, transfer focused, and we're really exploring. We have robust CTE work happening at the college, and so figuring out how to bring all those things together in our degree and certificate completions. So that's sort of the work that's been happening now in terms of like continuing to blow up these numbers.
So may I ask that, just a point of clarification that, so what we're looking at here is that 4,000 students, PCC students, attained the vision goal definition of completion in 2020, 2021.
Correct.
So the vision goal for completion is any award, but it also includes students that transfer without ever getting an award. So not all our students will get a degree or certificate. They'll come here, they'll take a couple of classes, and they'll transfer anyway. So it breaks it up by all the different groups. It includes as well non-credit certificates. So students who came in and got an associate degree, transferred. Student that got an associate degree for transfer and transferred. Students that enrolled in classes and then transferred. So the vision doesn't only include those awards, but any student that took a certain number of units and then transferred on to the four-year institution.
And using that line of logic on transferring or earning an associate degree, we have 2,000 students, PCC students, that did that in 2020 and 2021.
Right.
And how does that number compare to either our local competitors or other local colleges?
So PCC has been awarded has been recognized in a number of different spaces with the Chancellor's Office, the California College Opportunity of Campaign for College Campaign for Opportunity, for actually being among the highest awarding institutions. So I can't give you an exact number. I can look it up and bring it next time. But as far as the number of awards, PCC is pretty much known to be one of the institutions that confers the most number of degrees. The other thing that they look at is not just the number of awards, but how many students you have enrolled. So it's also in comparison to the population. I don't know if that answers your question. So as far as the number of awards that we confer and the number of students that transfer, we're known for being pretty competitive up there across the state. So I would say we're pretty high up. I can't give you an exact number.
Yeah, so the reason I'm asking this is that oftentimes I get asked, right, that, well, PCC has, pre-pandemic 28,000 students enrolled, and if, let's say 2,000 are getting an associate degree, that's only 10, that could just be 10%. So I just want to get a sense of, what's our percentage and and how do we measure that? And how do we continue to measure that?
So the measure here is done at the Chancellor's Office level with the MIS data that we report. So what's important to note also is many of the students that come to PCC may also have taken units at other institutions. So that's pretty common. So even though we enroll 28,000 students, they're not all going to finish at the same time. We have a lot of part-time students. So there's a lot of variables that go into looking at our outcome numbers. Percentage-wise, we can disaggregate that and maybe come up with a percentage number based on just our population, on how many are enrolling at any one time, and then seeing how many are transferring at year 2, year 4, year 6. Because again, it depends on the major as well. So if we're looking at a STEM major, the student's going to be here considerably longer than others.
That would be good information to have at the next month. Thank you.
Next. Okay, so math and English completion, as you are aware with AB 705, we've made a lot of changes here on our campus. We are in complete compliance with AB 705, which means that all students that come to PCC are able to enroll in transfer level math and English for the first time. This metric is very specific in that it includes students that finish math and transfer level English within their first year. So that's the vision for success goal, that they're finished within a year. If you notice, it says expanded and it has some open boxes and open circles. That means that the Chancellor's Office is still working on data because they're now integrating ESL. And for ESL, the goal is that students finish within 3 years their math and English from the time they start at the college on the credit side. Some of the things that we've done to make sure that students are enrolling, number one, they have to enroll in math or English during the first year. We know many of our students shy away specifically from math, but we have a great FYE program. Our FYE program makes sure students have ed plans that include that math and English class year 1. They've embedded tutoring within FYE to make sure students are not dropping off. We've implemented PCC Connect. That's really critical. And we continue to work with professional development with faculty to make sure they know how to use PCC Connect, which is an early alert system, right? So a faculty member can reach out to the student and to our support services and say, this student needs help. They're not progressing the way they should be in my math or English class, and so we can reach out to them as well. In addition to that, our math and our writing centers are pretty much bustling. We have a lot of student participation. Our faculty are very committed. They look at data. They look at what's happening in their classroom, especially in the math department. So with a new grant, they have a calculus academic success program. And there we're looking at cohorts of students that are going to progress through the calculus sequence and make sure that they're getting just-in-time support and that they finish the sequence in a timely manner. A lot of what happens with math and English completion is what happens in the classroom. So now we're working with our DEI leadership to make sure that students, especially in our programs that service Latinx and Black and African American students, that they're in a cohort for their math, for their English courses, that they're getting the support they need as they go through the program, that the faculty are getting the support they need to make sure students complete. So professional development, mentoring, and tutoring for students.
Dr. Ramirez.
Sure.
Just really quickly on that last slide. I mean, everything was helpful and great to hear. With the enrollment into transfer level math and English, I mean, obviously we have, you just listed a bevy of important support systems for students, but as they enroll in these courses, are any of those like tutoring or any of those things, are they required for any students to participate in, or are they like places, obviously students have been going to, finding support, but how does that play?
So, we're really trying to shift to intrusive work with students, meaning we're not waiting for them to come to us. That has been a lot of the work with PCC Connect and with our counseling services. So with our new math and English implementation of AB 705, students have options where they can enroll in classes with support or without support. It's based on how they did in high school, what their GPA was. When they have that conversation with counselors, which class should I take? Do I need to take a supplemental class? So that's an actual class, structure, time, date. It's not drop-in tutoring. And then in addition to that, they have drop-in tutoring available.
Thank you.
Embedded tutoring as well. So some of our faculty have brought in tutors into the classroom, so they have tutoring on the spot or instructional support.
Thank you.
Great. And we are also continuing our work in transfer. Tamika Alexander has done a phenomenal job working with our transfer students. We have a transfer fair coming up for the first time, we're doing on-the-spot admissions, which is really exciting. So we're sharing that with as many students as we can. One of the ways that we're trying to help increase transfer, we mentioned earlier that some students come in with credits from other colleges, so we're trying to streamline that process of their credits being counted right off the bat towards their degree so they can see accurate audits. Our counselors can give them more accurate educational plans and so on. And so we're really trying to create as much access for our students who come in with external transcripts with the goal of transferring, as well as working with our students at the high schools and informing them about transfer right off the bat. Our FYE students also get a lot of curriculum around transferring. So we really try to plug and plant those seeds very early on so students know what to expect and how to prepare.
So the next one is our CTE units, and that's 9 or more CTE units. That number has been pretty flat. I think it's important to note that this represents a very specific population of students that are completing short-term, likely occupational certificates. So those are certificates that are not chancellor approved, but they still mean a lot for our students entering the workforce. What's key about CTE, and we've really made a lot of updates and changes to it, is that when we're looking at the courses that we offer, we want to make sure that they do lead to high wage, high employment, that we're looking at labor market data as part of our program review process, that we're evaluating it to make sure that those small unit certificates actually lead to employment. So moving forward, we're looking at working on the apprenticeship program. That'll be something as well. As Dr. Jonas mentioned, we have 5 planning grants. And so that's going to really help boost not only the low unit certificates, but making sure that they're leading to gainful employment.
And so this last slide shows us any student, once they transfer, once they leave PCC, if they are not continuing their education, whether they're making a sustainable living wage. And so this is measuring where we fit into that for our completers who are not continuing their education. And so a lot of work is happening with our Freeman Center and our workforce development to really try to work with our local partners in employment, as well as bringing in folks for retraining and helping them really get into jobs that can support their cost of living in our area. So hoping to see this. So this is, we're looking forward to seeing the next year's worth of data, because there has been a lot of work in this area, and hoping to see the fruition of that.
Trustee Silver.
Hi, I just have a question. Does the percentage number mean the number of students who responded, and so you can track them, or the number of students that the EDD can give you data on? Because I would
Yes.
think, yeah, so.
So, up until recently, the Chancellor's Office really did, and neither did the colleges, have any way to really monitor or manage what happened to students once they left. So now, as you can see at the bottom, the Chancellor's Office, the MIS office from the Chancellor's Office, does work with EDD, Department of Labor, Student Clearinghouse, and this is for students that leave Pasadena. So they've taken CTE classes here and they've left. Whether they graduated, completed a certificate, or transferred, not necessarily, but, well, for this one, they did not transfer. They didn't get anything. They just took classes. They are looking at the average wage. The living wage around this community is about $38,000 for an individual, for one person. So that's the benchmark. Again, we don't control this data. It's done at the Chancellor's Office. They're working with National Clearinghouse and other agencies to come up with that. I think what we're doing here on the campus to make sure that this goes up is we really have been very careful about how we're using our Perkins dollars and our strong workforce dollars. We want to make sure those monies are being invested in state-of-the-art, professional development, internship opportunities for students, so that when they do leave, whether they get a degree, an award or not, they're prepared to be gainfully employed. So that's really critical, and that's where a lot of those dollars goes. It's also good for faculty that those dollars are used for professional development. If they need to go to conferences, if they need to update curriculum, that they're doing it based on what the labor market is out there telling us we need to be teaching.
And then this is a repeat of our slide we shared last time. We are still working on the degrees for the 22-23, so spring 23 is posting. At last count this morning, we have about, for this academic year, 22-23, we'll have about just over 3,500 potential graduates. And so we're working on completing that, and we'll wait until final numbers come in the summer. So excited about that number. There's still time. This is just for commencement, so they still have time to apply to petition for the rest of the academic, the semester. So we will continue to update these numbers as more degree certificates are conferred.
So that's just a small snapshot of what we're doing to make sure we're really garnering as many dollars as we can based on the student-centered funding formula. We still have about another year, maybe two, for hold harmless, and so as it's implemented, we want to be prepared to make sure we tap into as many resources for the college as we can. Any questions?
Any questions? May I ask that for the next update on enrollment strategies that you give us where we are with enrollment numbers?
Sure.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we have announcements by shared governance representatives and Board of Trustees. Let's go with our student representative.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Hope you're all doing well. Just want to report a few things that ASBC has been working on. So to highlight, our Interclub Council recently awarded $16,000 and $16,190 to a total of 18 clubs that requested funding for their activities. Also, ASBC has been discussing sustainability, continue to discuss sustainability advocacy efforts to further challenge climate change on our campus. We're currently communicating with others participating in shared governance for their support and their feedback. So we look forward to providing you all with an update on that next month. Lastly, the ASBCC Executive Board unanimously approved today a letter of support for SB 307 by Ashby and McGuire. This is a bill sponsored by Bay, John Byrne Advocates for Youth, and this is to support students that have been impacted by the foster care system. I will send out a copy to you all. As I mentioned, this was approved today. We have already sent that to Bay, and we will be posting that in our bulletin boards as well. Oh, and a reminder for current students, this Friday is the deadline to purchase your cap and gown if you will be graduating this semester. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Classified? Right.
The Classified Senate has nothing to report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Management Association?
Good evening. I'd like to give this evening's report from the podium. I have the rest of the Management Association with me. A letter of concern to the Pasadena Area Community College District Board of Trustees. Good evening. I'm Matt Camara, the Acting Board President of the Management Association, an association that represents 78 managers. I've been at PCC for 15 years, and I have served under 7 superintendent presidents. Let that sink in for a moment. 7 superintendent presidents. Allow me to share some newspaper headlines. Senate votes no confidence for Board of Trustees, Pasadena Star News. Tensions at Pasadena City College threaten school's reputation, Los Angeles Times. Pasadena City College problems start with the trustees, Pasadena Star News. The more things change, the more they stay the same. These headlines are actually from 2014 and 2015, but they could very well be from today. The Management Association is concerned that we haven't learned from our past, concerned about the state of the current Board of Trustees, and concerned for the future of Pasadena City College. On Monday, April 11, 2022, the Superintendent President and the Board of Trustees received a vote of no confidence from our colleagues in the Academic Senate, with a big emphasis on restoring transparency, equity, collegiality, collaboration, and shared governance at PCC. Since then, the majority of public comments during Board of Trustees meetings have been negatively directed at the Superintendent President and not at the Board of Trustees. This is concerning because this board is more than willing to take credit for anything positive, like last month's presentation of a $500,000 federal earmark from Representative Judy Chu for our Family Resource Center. However, they seem to disassociate themselves from anything negative, like the cancellation of our recently returned winter intersession or tough COVID decisions and return to campus policy. Does the buck only stop with you when the choices are easy? As a means of addressing our many concerns, MA leadership has attempted to meet with the Board of Trustees over the course of the past 2 months to respectfully foster dialogue and establish an open line of communication. Unfortunately, we have had limited success as not all of you have been able or willing to meet. To those of you who have met with us, we truly appreciate your time. And we hope to continue sharing our viewpoints. To those who have refused to meet with us, it's concerning. We are left feeling undervalued, marginalized, and quite frankly, evaded, as some of you have been particularly misleading about your availability. We're concerned that our current board members, specifically our board president and 2 of the recently elected members, have appeared to neglect their basic trustee duties and responsibilities. Board Bylaw 2200, Board Duties and Responsibilities outline 30 items that need to be adhered to. While there are many concerns, the following are 6 specific concerns. Number 1, represent the public interest. As trustees, this normally would be done with the integrity and impartiality by balancing the concerns of all stakeholders, with students being our number 1 priority. Yet members of the board seem to be focused on serving the interest of a select group of burn-it-all-down faculty members, including an individual who has not even taught this past academic year, yet claims to speak on behalf of all faculty. What's most concerning is the apparent conflict of interest these board members have catering to these select faculty campaign advisors and donors whose sole focus seems to be discrediting our institution and the superintendent president.
Number 2, assure the board operates in an open, accessible, welcoming spirit and maintains an anti-racist culture. Were you operating in an open and accessible manner when, after the MA and district submitted an MOU following due process last week, Trustee President Chen Lau, on behalf of the board, arbitrarily pulled the MOU for the Management Association? The MOU followed precedents to ensure managers receive COLA. It must have been lost on President Chen Lau that the board passed an MOU for COLA in 2018, 2020, and 2021. By the way, she even voted to approve the last two. PCC has a long-standing practice as a Me Too college. All bargaining units, and in turn our Meet and Confer Association, receive this support. This type of manipulation harms the campus by depriving the full board of open dialogue. Not only are you censoring the business of the college, your actions are directly violating ACCJC standards. Standard 4C2 states the governing board acts as a collective entity, deliberately denying all board members and the college the opportunity to dialogue, debate, and vote directly puts our accreditation status at risk. Are you ready to jeopardize our status again, Board President? Were you working in a welcoming spirit when during a recent lunch meeting with the MA, one trustee member pounded their fist on the table? They ranted about how the buck stops with them when asked to entertain a request to expedite a perfunctory campus process. And during another lunch, a trustee questioned the purpose of our meeting and remained adversarial the entire time. These types of responses elicit anything but a welcoming or collegial spirit. Were you maintaining an anti-racist culture when you singled out and over-scrutinized the Black Family Reunion outreach event and created an openly hostile environment to our already beleaguered Black colleagues? Were you maintaining an anti-racist culture when discussing racial and ethnic diversity and the lack of Latinx representation at the Facilities Board Committee meeting last week, March 7th? While reviewing a recording of the meeting, we were astounded to hear several openly racist remarks. In one instance, it was implied that one potential committee candidate, a Latino, was not qualified or lived close enough to campus to sit on the committee. When reminded by one of our vice presidents that PCC has been distinguished as designated as a Hispanic serving institution with almost half of our student population identifying as Hispanic or Latinx, Trustee Kwong casually responded, "We do have one Black appointee." As a simple reminder from our diversity training, a Black appointee does not represent the Latinx community member. Rest assured, the message was profoundly received by all of us. Latinx representation does not matter, even if we are a designated HSI. This overstepping and misunderstanding of one's roles is extremely concerning.
Number 3, after appropriate consultation, selection, establish the rate of compensation for, provide regular evaluation of, and/or terminate the president superintendent. How about the board's inability to complete the evaluation of Superintendent President Androjonis over the past few months? Not only was it prolonged an unnecessary evaluation cycle, it has had a negative impact on the campus community morale. But how much is unnecessary legal fees did it cost the district? We were very pleased that you took the responsibility last board meeting, but will you also be reimbursing the district for your costly mismanagement? We're curious about the legal expenditures of the past fiscal year. So curious that we have made a public information request and we plan on sharing with the community. Perhaps you can walk us through the legal expenditures at the April board meeting. Number 4,
Delegate power and authority to the superintendent president to effectively lead the district. We urge all board members to keep current on board trainings to better understand their roles and responsibilities, and that should be delegated to the superintendent president. We have a real concern that there are board members who do not seem to know the difference between a board bylaw, a board policy, or an administrative procedure. To clarify, the board procedures and the board policies and the administrative procedures must go through the shared governance process. It is a fairly standard process throughout the state and does not require any legal opinion to clarify. Debate is not necessary. Our college's integrated planning process, specifically board policy and administrative procedure development process, clearly defines this in step 3. The MA is also very concerned about the recent overreach of the Board of Trustees, particularly micromanaging decisions and the oversight of daily operations. The emailing of managers without including their direct report, your one employee, the superintendent president, is inappropriate. Contacting deans on their personal cell phone number to communicate is completely unacceptable. The infrastructure of the college provides protection. Constant overreach by the trustees is not productive, nor is it the role of the board. It is not only a violation of our own bylaws, but also violates accreditation standard 4C12, which states that the governing board delegates full responsibility and administers board policy without interference. These continued actions have the potential to place us on a very dangerous path. It appears the only power and authority that you have delegated to the superintendent president is to pursue other leadership pursue leadership at other organizations.
Number 5, assure fiscal health and stability. There's only been one less stable time than the present. The only difference is that in 2013, the entire campus, students and shared governance groups were unified in the decision to make a leadership change. Pasadena City College was once considered the final, ultimate stop on a presidential career path. Clearly, we're now a pass-through, as our current and past presidents have pursued supposedly greener fields. From 1987 to 2007, PCC had 2 superintendent presidents. From 2007 to the present, we have had 6 superintendent presidents, and we might be on our way to a 7th and possibly 8th if an interim is necessary. How stable is that? Why would anyone entrust this board to make a good decision and maintain stability? We've been in number 1 in ADTs awarded, transfers of minoritized students, transfers to the CSUs, transfers in the state. I guess we can add one more. Top transfer institution for presidents. Are we PCC proud of that last one? Number 6, approve the college calendar. Trustees proudly tout that the buck stops here. Yet, when the Board of Trustees approved the 2023-24 academic calendar, after following the shared governance process, they seem to have forgotten where the buck stops. After this matter was sent to PERB, the buck was laid at the feet of our superintendent president. We link this matter to duty number 29 on the list, which states that the Board of Trustees must be ultimately responsible for legal matters. Yes, that includes the PERB case.
I'd like to draw your attention to the following quotes. PCC needs trustees who will solve problems, not make them worse. 6 presidents in less than 10 years. PCC is caught in a revolving door of failed leadership. Help get PCC out of the revolving door. These last two statements are quotes taken from Trustee President Chen Lau's very own campaign material when she was initially running for her trustee seat. What has really changed? According to her website, a lot. And this, as this statement would have you think. After a decade of mismanagement and revolving door presidencies, PCC now has stable leadership at the top. Huh? And lastly, PCC deserves better. As your representative on the board, I will work to end the revolving door presidency and build a strong working relationship between trustees and our next president. Instead of ending the revolving door presidency, it seems that Board President Chen Lao is intent on spinning it faster. Out of curiosity, do you already have a replacement in mind as you spin our current superintendent president through the door? The decisions that Trustee Chen Lao, Kwong, Gibson, and by extension, the rest of the board have made in the last 8 months have not only been in clear violation of your duties and responsibilities, but they have negatively impacted the staff's morale and motivation, as well as the campus climate. We, the Management Association, are concerned with this board and their reckless endangerment of our accreditation cycle and call for the trustees to start exhibiting effective leadership that places serving our students as the top priority. Anything less affirms our loss of confidence in you. Therefore, we, the management of PCC, respectfully yet urgently request that 1, the Board of Trustees, especially the new trustees and board president, stop micromanaging and overstepping your boundaries and place trust in your superintendent president to lead the college. All trustees put aside personal interests and follow the guidelines defined by the Accrediting Commission for Community and Junior Colleges and act as a collective agency. 3, the Board of Trustees demonstrate respect for all of the district's employees equally and be open to dialogue with all constituency groups. 4, as a united group, the Board of Trustees be committed to promoting and demonstrating an anti-racist culture and, when appropriate, recognize when you have failed to do so. 5, the Board of Trustees fulfill their duty to the college and, more importantly, to our students in an open, ethical, and transparent manner. That concludes our report.
Thank you. Academic Senate.
The Academic Senate would also like to extend their congratulations to the almost 50 full-time faculty who are earning tenure at this time. We are excited to announce that our Social Justice Committee, led by Armia Walker and Lindsay Ruiz, presented the board policy and administrative procedure draft for BPAP 3400 on anti-racism. So this will be making its way through the shared governance process and then coming to the board when it is ready. So we're looking forward to your support. And we would also like to say that we have been reviewing a number of BPs and APs that are coming from the sub-policy group for the Student Success Committee that is revising all of our student-facing BPs and APs through an equity lens. And so we are also looking forward to bringing more policies there. This concludes my announcements.
Thank you. Trustee Chen?
Good evening, everyone. So on Friday, I'll be attending the National Student Advocacy Conference at Washington, D.C., and I'll continue advocacy with the ASPCC Lobby Committee. And for students who still have midterms, I want to remind you to take use of the support center that we have on campus and join us on the career fair next week. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Trustee White?
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'll keep mine pretty short. I was really excited to have attended the CEC Friends of Family Resource Fair that took place at the CEC campus a few weeks ago now. It was really great to see a really wide turnout of folks, and I was excited to be able to unexpectedly translate for some community members that were present to make sure that they were receiving the information that they needed from the opportunities that our non-credit division provides. And so thank you to everybody who was involved in making that happen. And I was also thrilled to invite and be able to help show around campus staff members from the Office of Congresswoman Chu. Many thanks to Alex Buckelheide for helping make that visit possible, just to show them the work that is happening at PCC, of course, with also the Family Resource Center that they wanted to see. So thank you very much. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Trustee Osterly?
Thank you. Prior to coming to the board meeting this afternoon, I attended the memorial service for PCC, a distinguished alum and longtime benefactor, Bill Galloway. Bill was very involved and generous, and his wife Brenda, pardon me, in supporting PCC, PUSD, and other arts and educational institutions. And we became, Scarlett and I became very good friends with Bill and Brenda over 20 years ago when she was at Arts Center and he was also on the board there. I'd like to share just a brief story about Bill and Brenda. A few years back, we were back in Washington for the annual Legislative Summit, and they had just opened up the African American Museum, and Bill and Brenda were major benefactors of that museum, contributing artwork which is on display there. It was very hard to get into this brand new museum, so I called back to Pasadena, and Smithsonian board member Bill and his wife Brenda, and asked if we could somehow get our students in to see this important brand new museum. This was on a Sunday morning, and by Sunday afternoon we had hard to get passes, and it was a great experience for the students, and I enjoyed it too personally as well. I'm hoping that if you hadn't planned to already, we could adjourn the meeting in memory of PCC alum Bill Galloway. Thank you. That concludes my report.
No report.
Yes, thank you, everybody. I also want to express my appreciation for the community event at Foothill campus. It was a great, wonderful event. So I'd love to see all that activity at Foothill with the non-credit activities there. I also wanted to express appreciation for the visit of Dr. Khalid White. He spoke on Black Voices from the Ivory Tower during the Black Heritage Month presentations. So it was an excellent presentation. So I really want to commend Dr. Bolin and the other staff who worked on the project. So that was, the whole month was filled with great activities. So that was another good one. I was fortunate enough to attend the Amend annual conference in Los Angeles earlier this month. There were the largest number of attendees there, 1,300 attendees this year. And I really appreciated the work of Jamal Walker, who brought students there. And this PCC students got second place in the bowl competition there. So they did a great job, and PCC was well represented at the Amend conference. So that concludes my report.
Trustee Silver?
Hi, I want to thank the people at PCC Northwest Campus for their hospitality. I visited them earlier this week, and Assistant Dean Orane Waneri, Principal Dr. Lawton Gray, Dean Raquel Torres Hertana were welcoming. Yes. And I learned so much about the good work and the power of our dual enrollment program at PCC Northwest, and I encourage my fellow trustees to make an appointment and see for yourselves the amazing things we're doing at PCC Northwest. In addition, I invite all in the PCC community to join us in a webinar put on by the California Community College's Women's Caucus, of which President Androgenis is a founding member. And the webinar is going to be really interesting and interactive. It's going to focus on the challenges women face in leadership, as told through comics. The woman who leads this is an illustrator, and I've seen some of her comics, and I think it will be engaging and informative. And I believe that a flyer about this webinar is going to be attached to the meeting notes that go out. It is on Thursday, March 23rd at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Great. And I like to have just a brief comments. I did have a meeting with the Management Association, and certainly I like to just read an email to them that I sent. Thank you for hosting lunch today. I appreciated the opportunity to hear your views and concerns as we work together to serve the college community. While we may have different perspectives due to our different roles, it's important to me that we understand our respective intentions. A conversation like today's, while difficult at times, is necessary to build trust and understanding. Please feel free to reach out. I'll make myself available anytime you feel you need to talk. And thank you for all that you do. And that's my report. Thank you. Proposed future board business meeting dates. Proposed future agenda items. Trustee Gibson.
Yeah, I'd like to propose an item to discuss how we're covering future dual enrollment staffing in the future.
Okay.
John has his hand up.
John.
Thank you. I've had a history of trying to make sure that the college operates efficiently. For example, I know I appreciate the fact that we've been able to change some of our policies so that minor transactions don't need to come to the board for approval. In my 40-plus years, I have never seen a classified recommendation that has come from the superintendent ever not be approved by the Board of Trustees. And I've been made aware that in many cases, we are losing good qualified candidates because of a procedure that takes quite a bit of time to get to a final approval. And obviously, good candidates usually are putting job offers in several locations and sometimes taking the first best offer that comes along. So I would like the board and the administration, and I don't know the proper process here, but it seems to me there ought to be a way for certain levels of classified positions to have final authority to be signed off by the superintendent, where we, the board, can delegate that to the superintendent for certain positions so that we don't lose these good candidates and expedite our hiring procedure. So if we could look into the appropriate way to make that happen, it would make sense to me to look for that opportunity.
That would happen at the policy committee, and there was some conversation about it last time, and I think Trustee Kwong was interested in finding additional information, so I believe that will come back.
Okay. Well, now that you mention it, I'm on that committee, and I think that might have had something to do with it. So that's great, but put to the full board, maybe we can keep this on knowing that that's one of our tasks, because like I said, in over 40 years, I've never seen, certain classified positions. I find it interesting to see the names come through. I don't mind getting a report, this is what was approved or something like that. But we're losing people, good people, because we're too slow. Thank you.
We're going to go back into closed session, so we're not going to have an adjournment of the meeting right now.
President Chen-Lao?
Yes.
I have a question. I just want confirmation if associate students will still be having a joint meeting with y'all next month.
Yes, that's on the calendar.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we'll be in closed session, and we'll be back. There's nothing else to report in the closed session. I would like to adjourn this meeting in memory of Bill Galloway. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.